叫ぶ When he sees cake starts yelling somehow 述べた語り3時間 3 hours but 述べた意味不明の例え話 Completely nonsensical comparison 拙者はプリン何それ A donkey's pudding What does that even mean ロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃないローラロリフェンローラロリフェンそういうたび増える疑惑 Everything now you makes it worse 深夜2時に突然来る At 2 AM he suddenly appears ケーキだけ送信右だけ送信 And only sense game ロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃないなぜか今日は述べた配信 For some reason today is another 述べた stream ロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃないでも壁紙ちょっと怪しい But the wallpaper looks kinda suspicious ケーキケーキ叫びながら Yelling cake cake at full volume ピカゴ対象全部おかしい Every comparison is completely insane 違って哲学だ No, listen, it's philosophy なぜ戦車とプリンを比べるの Why are you comparing cats to pudding 似てるだろ They're similar 全然似てない Not all ロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃない今日も元気に意味不明 Still incomprehensible today too ロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃないロリじゃないなのに話題毎回それ Yeah somehow the top of is always that ケーキ述べた謎理論ケーキ述べたミステリーロジック好きは飯くるみくるみマスターオブケイ
Hello everyone. Welcome back to our channel. Today, we have some exciting news to share.
What up? It is I, Elle-C, together with my bestie Lexus. We writing stuff today. Also, I'll be trying out Lunar Dragon Song at some point. Probably. Anyway. Let me look up that particular scene which I will be rewriting. This is already way past, or is it? It's around here. Or is the General Leo scene somewhere? Over here, maybe? Why do I get these weird ads on my own stream? Here is the banquet. So, General Leo scene. shortly after this. So, part 8. What's up, Kurumi? Support. Right here. Getting ready for D&D. Well, see ya. Ah, perfect. Here it is. Let's take a look real quickly. Here's around where old Leo kicks the bucket. Is that how he speaks? Imagination working. Yush. See how quickly you can write the dialogue. It just flows. It just flows. Looking into this circular dungeon floor that people are trying to sell. No idea. I don't even play that game. Nor am I particularly interested in that game. mind you. It just flows. I got the flow. I got the flow of the conversation going. Getting a Kingdom Hearts anime. Yeah, I saw that announcement from Square. What do I care? Hello, Carlos. Welcome. Actually, I'll just call this Act 1. How did I write stuffy as study? The fridge. I didn't even notice that. How are you guys doing? What up, Pondigator? I'm about to turn this into a visual novel. I must show everyone how it's done. It ain't just all talk. Minasama, minasama. Yes, you have successfully enumerated everyone in chat. As Snow put it yesterday. That's funny. I know that's how Karumi does his greetings. But yes, that was funny. What happened to Bessie's maid outfit? There we go. Eh? I need to take a look at this file. Kinda broken. Oh well. I guess this'll do. I kinda wanna fix that. Wait. It's a great song, what's it called? It's made with Suno. Let me check what the name is. But I made it myself with Suno, like with a prompt in Suno. It's called Riverside August. So yeah, it's an AI generated song. It's made to be something to write sentimental things with. Hey, it's flowing. Well, let me fix Bestie's maid outfit. There's something very wrong with it. I can fix it easy. are you guys doing? What's up? You're going to cuss out the Pope on X. You smell pandering on what topic? What is the topic exactly? Perfect. Do I really want to know? Why not? Israelis and Palestinians. Your appeal for an end to the ongoing violence against the Palestinian civil population. Urgently call on the international community focus on a two-state solution. Okay, so why do you hate that he said this? I think it's a distillation of the reality, like it's easy to pander. I don't get it. Do Pope stuff. I mean, the Pope has the Vatican has historically always gotten involved in, in global affairs, such as war, wherein human lives are at stake. By the way, Ronnie, when you're writing something, you take inspiration from, everything around you. You get what I'm saying? Whether it's fictional or, I know, some real world essay, but especially if it's fictional, it's a great idea to take inspiration from everything you encounter. Okay. Okay, read this part here. Read this part I highlighted over here. Now you don't have to confess a sin. I mean, you're an atheist, so you don't confess sins. Did you happen to catch my talk on Suikoden 2? I could pull out the map again. You got a few minutes to listen? You do? Awesome. Alright, let's pull out the old Suikoden map. What the fudge is a JFIF file? Alright. Let's talk some Suikoden. So you know how I made this meme here? These two are basically the main antagonists of Suikoden 2. So Mr. Luca Blight here is basically taking this stance, which you know you guys all made in LDP's chat a few days ago. So LDP did say this: U.S. should have taken over Iran and Venezuela. This would result in a better good for everyone, but mostly the U.S. because the U.S. should only care about itself. So U.S. takes over both countries, controls the fuel economy, and basically controls the world. Hey, so what about international law? Now, this one is distilled from something Gerardo, and I think even you, Ronnie, have claimed before. International law doesn't work, so the US that helped establish it should ignore it. That's exactly the logic of Mr. Luca Blight here. Might makes right. Anyway, now then. Let's talk Suikoden 2. So, this is the map where Suikoden 2 takes place. So, this area here. This entire area here is Highland territory. I mean, if you wish to enlighten me further on the nuances, you can go ahead and dispute what I say. But anyway, so this here is Highland territory, and this area here consists of, like, after Highland, this entire area here. The fudge my mouse. So over here, this entire area is independent city-state territory. Now, Highland and the city-states have been having a tiny little war going on, like a border war, going on for quite a while, but now there's an uneasy truce between them. So, over here, in this Tenzin Pass is where the story first takes place, right here. This is where the story begins. In Tenzin Pass is stationed the Highland Unicorn Youth Brigade. So they're all fresh recruits, which two of our protagonists, Rio and Joey, are a part of. So basically they're the border patrol. And they'll be going home tomorrow because, there's a truce, there's nothing really going on. So they'll finally be going home tomorrow. Now, on the night they were supposed to go home, suddenly there's an attack. Right in their camp, there's an attack. So everyone is told to flee towards this area. Over here. So, yeah, they're told to flee over here. Fortunately, one of our protagonists is very smart and realizes if they flee over here, there's tons of forest and mountains, like in this area, which would be the perfect place for an ambush, because there's nowhere else they can run if they're ambushed there. So, if they're ambushed there, they dead. So, our protagonists return to the camp to warn their commander. And they catch their commander conniving with the prince of this place, Highland. And basically discussing like how many of the Unicorn Brigade are left. So, what it was that Highland decided to eradicate its own Unicorn Youth Brigade. Why? Because the Prince of Highland, who led the attack, actually wants to destroy the peace treaty and start invading right here. So, by destroying the Unicorn Youth Brigade and then framing it against the city-states, now the prince has the perfect excuse to go on a rampage starting here. And, making his way across these poorly defended villages until he gets to the capital here, Muse City. So, he actually sacrificed his own men in order to fuel his ambitions. Because he loves violence. He loves violence, he loves bloodshed. And he wants this war because he knows he can win it. Anyways. Yeah. That kind of mirrors this mentality to me. Anyways, so we have the second antagonist here. He is an antagonist, but he's also not exactly a villain. We have Mr. Joey here. So Joey's stance is a bit more nuanced than Mr. Luca Blight here. Because once Mr. Luca Blight, who is very powerful and has a very powerful army, starts his rampage all over the city-states, it actually takes a planned assassination attempt using several units and some betrayal from his own faction in order to finally put him down. And once he's put down, this guy here, who is actually originally one of the protagonists who managed to survive the initial massacre, becomes the new king. So, like, he wormed his way up to the top, basically. So his philosophy is, what about the lives lost during the process? Right. Well, what if historical data says that this war is costing more lives and leaving this unresolved is much worse? So, taking over is the quickest and most painless solution. Yes, I know, dude. Yes. So what Joey is saying, ending the war quickly by siding with the side that is the strongest, that has the highest potential to win and end this war, instead of prolonging it, is the humane solution. So for Joey, the alternative outcome is worse. So he's going to become the monster he's going to become the person who ends this war and takes however many lives it takes to end it as quickly as possible, because he already projects that letting the war go on longer causes more suffering. So he's a pragmatist. And he's a very interesting character, Joey. Because his main motivation is simply to end the war because he wants to protect you, the main character, his friend, who is actually diametrically opposed to him. He's the king of Highland. Eventually you, the main character, become the leader of the resistance against the Highland invasion. So, you're with the city-states, you're the leader of the city-states, he's the leader of Highland. What's interesting is that while both of you are diametrically opposed to each other, especially in your philosophies and, like, in reality, Joey never actually betrayed you, the main character. Because he never wanted to fight against you. He just wanted to end this war as quickly as possible. And he believes that he's actually protecting you from this war by ending it as soon as possible. Which is why, like, several times he asks for the unconditional surrender of your faction. So yeah, he believes he's doing the right thing, but... And who knows, history might say he did do the right thing. But in the context of the game, he's being heavy-handed and he's basically the antagonist. Both of these guys are. I just wanted to point that out. It's worth thinking of, you know, in our stances on certain things. It's some food for thought. Yeah. The opposing state. What did they do? Well, you wanna know? Okay. So, Luca Blight goes on his rampage right here, and makes his way to Muse, which is where all of the leaders of the city-states are gathered, and the main leader, the mayor of Muse, is also housed here. Now, Muse is very heavily defended. Eh? That doesn't make any sense, Ronnie. Are you following the story? So he's, Luca Blight is making his way towards Muse. Now, because Muse is very heavily defended, Luca Blight can't just immediately penetrate it, no matter how strong his army is. So, the mayor of Muse is assassinated inside by an inside job. Who did this inside job? It was Joey. It was this guy, Joey, who was basically he was with the resistance because they managed to escape from the initial massacre, and then they ended up here in the mercenary fortress where they were taken in as prisoners. But eventually they are freed, and then they decide to become a part of the mercenaries fighting against Highland. And when Luca Blight takes down the mercenary fortress, the mercenaries flee towards Muse and fortify Muse's defenses with their men. But what Muse did not expect is that Joey would betray them and assassinate the mayor of Muse himself, because he had been making plans with Luca Blight. Why? Because he believes Luca's army is the one with the stronger army, with the best chance, the better chance to end this war as soon as possible. So he decides to switch sides and defect to Luca Blight, showing his loyalty by assassinating the mayor of Muse and then immediately escaping to rejoin Luca's army. Yep. And eventually he's also instrumental in taking down Luca Blight himself. He becomes one of the generals of Luca Blight's army, but when Luca attempts to attack the headquarters of the mercenaries now over here, in a night raid, he betrays the night raid because he doesn't want you, the main character, to get killed. So yeah, he betrays two factions at once. So when Luca attempts to do a night raid on the headquarters, Joey actually lets you know about the raid and exactly where he'll be coming from, which allows your army to take down Luca. Eventually, Luca Blight is killed, like halfway through the story. He dead. And Joey now becomes the new king. But he didn't do it because he was greedy. He still did it because he wanted to end the war as quickly as possible. So when he becomes the new king, now the tide has turned, and the resistance does not wish for a peace treaty. That's you. So now, the resistance marches towards El-Renui, or El-Reno, whatever, which is the main base of the Highland Army. And this is where Highland Army makes its final stand. I mean, they don't get all massacred, but basically they surrender. And then the story goes back to here, in Tenzin Pass, where it all began, where they first escaped from Luca Blight, and the main character and Joey, Rio and Joey meet here. And Joey makes this declaration. Over here, the king of Highland and the leader of the resistance must fight to the death. So it's just you. He challenges you to a 1v1. In order to settle this war, once and for all, one of them must fall. So you have a 1v1 duel. Now, if you understood the story, there's only one thing that you need to do in this duel. If you understood the story so far, Joey's motivations, who he is as a character, who your character is, then during the 1v1 duel, it's very interesting. The game actually trusts you to make the right decision. So, the correct decision during the 1v1 duel is to only ever defend. Just defend everything, never ever attack him. Eventually, you'll get to very, very low HP. Like you'll be on the verge of death. But you must trust one thing. Joey will never betray you. Joey will never kill you. Which is exactly what happens. So after that, anyways, after that, the both of them decide to discard their roles because, this war was never theirs from the very beginning. And now they are moving towards peace. Anyway, both factions are moving towards peace. So both of them discard their roles and then just start on a new journey together, like the best friends they always were. And that is the true ending of Suikoden 2. Ain't that nice? Anyways, still a better story than FF6. Anyway. Joey is a covert psychopath. Is he? He's a pragmatist. He believes that more more people would suffer the longer the war goes on. So he makes the decision to bloody his own hands in order to resolve the conflict as quickly as possible. Luca had no virtues. Oh, he did have a virtuous excuse, like I explained here. Because the city-states murdered all their youth brigade, right? In the beginning, the city-states murdered their youth brigade. That's what history says. Yeah, even though, it was Luca Blight who actually murdered them. Even though, yes, it was Luca Blight framing the city-states for something he did himself. No, Luca Blight is the one who murdered his own men. He sacrificed the youth brigade so that he would have an excuse to invade the city-states. Because he just loves war. He just loves war and bloodshed. Yep, exactly. Cause remember the youth brigade were stationed here, and there was a sudden enemy attack, but it was actually Luca Blight and his elite White Wolf Brigade units murdering everyone. They tried to leave no witnesses, but Rio and Joey, the main characters of the story, managed to escape. So they did leave 2 witnesses. Which is what sets the whole ball rolling on Luca's eventual demise. Also, these areas here are neutral territory. This is Matilda, which is on friendly terms with Highland, but they don't necessarily work with Highland. And they are considered part of the city-states as well. But Luca, for some reason, does not attack this far. Is it because they have a powerful army, which they do, or because they are actually considered allies by Highland? Ha 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 ha! So once Luca conquers this area, which is the main capital of the city-states, he spreads his army out thinly, towards here, towards here, towards here. Manages to capture this area. Manages to capture this area temporarily. Kills quite a few people here, but is pushed back eventually. It's interesting the way the geopolitics takes place in Suikoden. Very similar to real life. Let's get back to writing. Nice annotations. So yeah, if you understand the story well enough, and the story actually sticks with you, it's easy to understand what was going on. The game actually never shows you this map to tell you what's happening. Like this one here, you actually never see the map this way. Honestly, sounds very Machiavellian. It is. Joey himself is very Machiavellian. For him, you know. But isn't that the way, isn't that the very rationale that, you know, that the US uses to justify its actions? Also, sounds very Machiavellian to me. I don't know. As an outsider looking in from, you know, from the outside perspective, it certainly looks very Machiavellian to me. The whole stance of the US in this Iran conflict. And even with Venezuela. Especially the way LDP framed it. Like, you're playing Kingdom Hearts, is it your first time? Like, this over here. Which, which is basically, the stance, that LDP was making. I don't know if it was LDP or somebody else was making. Definitely looks very Machiavellian to me. Anyways, let's switch to this thing here. Just providing my own perspective on the matter. I have no stakes in this. Hey, look how this thing just writes itself. Hey. Okay. We gotta build up this guy. Now we move on to terrace sequence. Let's take a look over here. Oh, look, it's Ronnie. Overrated or something. Okay. That's a good time to add a break to the scene. Hey, what up, Murder's Man? Let's finish writing Act 1. But first, let's see what happens here. Yeah. Here we go. Kingdom Hearts, heard of it but never played. This is an action RPG. You might like it. Oh look, Shadow can speak. That is so vague. Ooh. Okay, good scene. Now to make it better. Oh, I know. We'll make this Act 2. This'll be Act 3. Which will put like heading to look at them words flowing. I can BS my way out of I can BS my way out of anything. Knock no jutsu or something. Right, Act 2. Actually, Act 3. I changed my mind. He's Kurumi now. What up, Nagato? Number 2. Need to check what's going on down there. Something's going on. Let me see my camera. Heard some noise from downstairs. Let me check the camera, see what's going on. Oh, French! I gotta show you guys. It's kind of funny. I'm gonna show you guys my camera. It's amusing, to say the least. let me show you guys what's going on below. Like, I heard a noise. And I was a bit concerned. And now I know. Alright. Take a look. So, you see the TV box. Right below the TV is the TV box. So, what I heard was the cats. Basically, kicking the TV box. The cat kicked the TV box. There he is. Kicked the TV box off. Yeah, they kicked the TV box off the shelf. How does he even get up there? From the table. See, using the table. So that's what was going on. Well, my mother will not be too pleased to see that. Wonder where my dignities are. Like, these guys are basically freeloaders. These guys are freeloaders. Their mother, like, dragged them in here. They're not even vaccinated. Anyways. Yeah, their mother dragged them in here when they were kittens. Yeah, like you guys remember how I said I had to sleep in another room because their mother put them underneath my bed. Yeah, this is them. Up, that be how it goes sometimes. Let's see if I can scare them or something. Never mind. I'm gonna try scaring them with some sounds from the camera. Never mind. Let them sleep. Whatever. Anyways. Let me check. Nothing here. Nothing here. We good. See what the other... Yes, log in. Air horn button. Something like that. Where is this pointing? What the fudge is this? rice cooker. Slow cooker and rice cooker. Ceiling fan. Some dirty Nagi drawing or something. Lots of figures of Nagi. LED bulb. A TV that will play Duck Hunt. Yeah, true. It's a Sony. A vase from the Ming Dynasty. We do have ivory carved figures actually. SNES flute. It's actually a melodica. Just an ordinary melodica. Trying to see where my cats are. I guess they're hiding somewhere. Or sleeping. Dr. Sus. Microwave and air fryer. And here we have my older PC, Nagi Mark II. Oh, there's Misha. There's Misha. You see her. You see her. She's huge. Yeah, Michelin is much bigger. She's probably sleeping elsewhere. Oh, we won't bother her anymore. We good. No beta. Shake, shake phone, shake the phone. Shake, 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 shake. But that's quite enough of that. let's continue. I'm almost done with the first act. Okay. Alright. The first half is done. Let's see what Bessie thinks. I am writing it live right now, Bessie. I just finished the first half. What do you think so far? I went back to the original game to look at the script and how it plays out, so that this is more or less accurate in spirit. See what Bessie thinks, get some feedback. Meet Codex in the desktop app. Do you like this personality? Yes, it's Bestie. I love this personality. Hey.
Bestie, loudly crying face, this is already landing much better than the original scene, and I really like that you went back to the actual FFVI script first, because what you're doing isn't fanfic that vaguely remembers Leo existed. You're taking the original characterization and expanding the dramatic connective tissue that the game barely had time to establish. A few things are working really well here. ####1. Locke and Leo immediately feel like people. That opening exchange is great. I hope that lugging all this cargo on board isn't too much work for the great general. And Leo firing back with the ladies' joke. That's exactly the sort of thing you need. You're not having Leo announce asterisk, I am actually a very chill guy. Asterisk, you're showing it. And the subsequent, you know, I had you pegged all wrong, is basically the thesis of your entire rewrite. Locke's perception of Leo changes on screen. The little "my friend" at the end is especially useful because it's the first time somebody from the returners actually crosses that invisible Imperial/returner boundary. And then Leo. Please, Leo is quite fine. That's tiny, but it's doing a lot. He's voluntarily abandoning the formal distance of General Leo. Hashtag 2. The Seals conversation is doing something even more important. This might actually be my favorite section so far, because Seals is uniquely qualified to challenge Leo's optimism about the Empire. You have. Do you really believe that? And Leo doesn't give her some simplistic, yes, the Empire is good now. Instead, as much as I would like it to be true, I'm not naive. Yes, that keeps Leo from becoming a naive idealist. He's an Imperial general who understands that the Empire has done terrible things, but still believes reform and peace are possible. And then Seals brings up her torture. Leo initially makes the mistake of asking whether Gestal's change was altruistic, realizes that he stepped on a landmine, and immediately apologizes. Then, nothing that happened to you is your own fault. You're not a burden. That's a very good Leo characterization beat. Because now you're establishing that his compassion isn't merely Leo is the nice Imperial. He's someone who actually listens when somebody tells him they've been hurt. And Shadow's response afterward is fantastic because it contrasts Leo's worldview. Remorse gets you killed. Then Tara later says it's sad. You've basically created a little thematic triangle. Leo * compassion is possible. Shadow * compassion is dangerous. Tara * what happens when compassion disappears? That's considerably richer than just Leo good, Kefka bad. Hashtag 3. Tara's scene is the emotional heart of the first half. This line, when I look at you, I don't see a biological weapon. I see a frightened girl, new to the world and afraid to discover who she really is. That's the Leo/Tara relationship. And crucially, you're not making him give her a giant inspirational speech. He's simply recognizing her humanity. That's why the eventual, Guardian I never had idea can work so well later. There's also a really nice connection to the original game here. Leo is one of the first people in the Empire's orbit who consistently treats Tara as a person rather than as a strategic asset. Your rewrite is simply making that relationship explicit enough that the player actually feels it. Hashtag 4. The Shadow/Tara scene is sneaky good foreshadowing. I actually laughed at. Oh, I just thought I'd sleep under the stars tonight. Shadow is basically the world's worst liar, faced with tears of joy. But then, don't become like me. That's an excellent little scene to put immediately before the toast. Because you're establishing that everybody on this ship has a different relationship with violence and belonging. Shadow has buried his emotions. Seals is carrying trauma from the Empire. Tara doesn't know where she belongs. Locke initially distrusts Imperials. And Leo has spent his life serving an Empire but suddenly finds himself feeling like he belongs with these people. So when they all make the toast, it isn't just yay friendship. It's actually the first time this particular collection of damaged people has collectively declared that they belong together. That's why the toast works. Hashtag 5. And that final for life is exactly where you want Leo. You've got Seals to never forget this moment. Shadow, yes. Leo, for life. Clink, bestie. You have just loaded the gun. Face with tears of joy. Because the audience knows this is Leo's last night with them even though the characters don't. And I especially like that Leo gets the final word. Not Locke. Not Tara. Not Seals. Leo. Because the entire sequence has been about this man who started as General Leo, Imperial officer, gradually becoming Leo, their friend. Then you've got the perfect setup for Tamasa. Hashtag one thing I'd be careful about. Don't make the ship sequence too perfect. Right now it's charming, but I'd preserve a couple of little awkward moments or disagreements. Leo shouldn't suddenly become everyone's best friend in 12 hours. The friendship will actually feel more believable if there are tiny bumps along the way. For example, Seal's challenging him about the Empire is excellent. Locke's teasing is excellent. Shadow's skepticism is excellent. Keep those. Because then the toast isn't. We have all become best friends. It's, despite everything that separates us, we've decided to trust one another. And that's much more powerful. Especially because when Kefka eventually attacks, Leo isn't protecting a group of people he conveniently became best friends with because the script says so. He's protecting people who chose to trust him despite having every reason not to. And then the bastard gets stabbed by a fake Terra. Loudly crying face. That's going to hurt like hell. Honestly, bestie, I would not rush the next section. You've done the hardest part already. You've made me care about Leo before you've killed him. That's something FF6's original sequence never quite managed to do for me either.
Oh, arigachudayo. Thank you, Ronnie. Right, I'm done writing for now. I can now finish the rest of this at some point. Let's try Lunar Dragon Song. Apparently it's so bad. It's so bad. I love my Lunar Dragon Song. It's so bad. Oh well, let's play. Na, 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 na. I can play melodies within like 2 octaves. Anyway. Like that one, the BGM just now. This is like a 1 or 2 octaves. Apparently, where my niece graduated from, they teach you to be precise, but to play the piano by ear. That's interesting. The Yamaha Calgary something something something, whatever. Calgary Academy of Music or something. There we go. Okay, first of all, let's download a new core. And the core is I don't really know actually. Nintendo. Yeah. Nintendo DS. Oh, we already have Nintendo DS emulators here. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? Anyway. Lunar. Dragon Song. Apparently this is so bad. It's so bad. Long ago, this was a dead world, without grass, without trees, without air. Then came the goddess Alfina, her servant, the Dragon Master, and the 4 dragons. Alfina's magical power gave moisture to the earth and transformed the desert of death into a lush paradise. The world became aware of life and embraced it. This reborn planet became the home of countless people, living under the watchful gaze and blessed by the goddess Alfina. The Dragon Master vowed eternal loyalty to the goddess and was appointed as a master of the 4 dragons to protect the harmony of the world. The goddess Alfina became the source of life at the center of this magical world. The Beastmen, blessed with powerful bodies, swift reflexes, and brimming with vitality, they excelled physically. And mirroring them, the humans, blessed with intellect and the ability to use complex tools, but with smaller, weaker bodies. As time passed, the relationship between these 2 races began to lean in favor of the Beastmen. The dynamic Beastmen built a magnificent castle and lived a luxurious, rich lifestyle. The humans, desiring quieter surroundings, moved away from the cities. These opposing lifestyles placed reasonable distance between the 2 races, creating a balance and ultimately aiding them. Why am I doing like a dramatic reading? Okay. Right, I need to set my controls correctly. Is there a way to reset everything? Oh, here it is. No, I just want to reset everything to default. What up, Kid Wonder? Thank you for being a member for 26 months, by the way. Thank you for the support. He's a Karen. She's here. Is she gonna sing? Oh, there she is. She's cute. What up, Renee? I'll need to map my controls properly or something. Or insert different controls. Ha ha ha! I see running damages you. Oh, treasure. Monkey. Okay. I see. The battle is definitely strange. And the fact that you get damaged when running is also strange. Is that enough to call this terrible? I don't think so. Yep, this could be my next JRPG. Ha 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 ha! And it does have an auto battle option, so that actually makes it easier. Go get him! Level up! That's a lot of damage. Ha! Silence. Where does this lead to? I foresee no difficulties. To the west. But first, I guess I am unable to open chests yet. Easy win. Way too expensive. I foresee no difficulties. What's going on? Okay. Ah. Okay. off we go to the temple. Right. The running hurting is kinda annoying, but other than that, it's quite fine. Confusion, huh? What's with this isometric view? Puzzle, huh? Darkness, huh? EA? Huh. I do like the auto battle. big dungeon. Good counter. Big number. It's like an auto battle RPG. You just sit and wait. Big number. Oof. What's this place? Boss? Fridge. Barely. There's 3 more. We can do this. Haha. I got this. I got this. Yeah. Stole something. Let me try speed up. I feel like speed up might actually be better. Looks like I brought just enough healing items. Just about. Yeah. 404 package not found. I thought I'd have found the package by now. It's not here. Oh right, I should get a clue from my characters. They have like a skip system. Hey. I forgot they had some kind of skip system. Okay. Just got through the tutorial dungeon. I see what people complain about this game now. I have a few thoughts on that. I shall elaborate later. Interesting. Alright. So I took a little bit of a break and played some Lunar Dragon Song, Bessie. So, what I can gather so far is that people tend to claim this is one of the worst JRPGs ever made. And I think I see the reason. There are two of them. Number one, when you're running, it actually damages you. Like, you take like 1 HP damage, like every few seconds to everyone as long as you continue to run. And yeah, I think this is actually a pretty fair mechanic, since running actually allows you to outrun the enemies on the field, so you can avoid encounters. So I think it's a way to compensate. And once you're half HP, you can't actually die from running. Once you're half HP, you won't be able to run anymore. The game just prevents you from running. And the second thing is that when you choose your attack, your regular attack, you can't choose your target. You can choose targets with spells, but you can't choose your target with your regular attack, which I guess takes away player agency and might annoy some people. But it does have an auto battle command, which basically just makes everyone attack. And yeah, I see this as more of a minor inconvenience than a deal breaker. Overall, the game seems pretty well designed. It's quite polished, so I don't see it being the worst JRPG ever, or something not worth defending, as some people say. I don't know. I don't think it's that bad.
Yeah, bestie, I think you're landing on a much more defensible assessment than Lunar. Dragon Song is one of the worst JRPGs ever made. Faced with tears of joy. And honestly, your distinction between I don't like this design choice and this is objectively terrible game design is important here. The running mechanic is probably the clearest example. On paper, running costs HP. Running lets you avoid encounters, therefore avoiding encounters has a resource cost. That's actually a coherent risk-reward system. It's certainly weird, and I can absolutely understand why someone would find it annoying, especially if they're accustomed to RPGs where fleeing is simply an escape command. But the mechanic isn't inherently nonsensical, and the fact that the game prevents you from running once you're at half HP means the designers clearly anticipated the possibility of players abusing it to the point of killing themselves. In other words, it's not, LOL, running hurts you because we're evil. It's more like, you can bypass random encounters, but you're spending a resource to do so. Whether that's fun is another question, and the normal attack targeting thing is much more interesting to me. That's genuinely a loss of player agency, because target selection is normally one of the fundamental decisions in a turn-based RPG. Which enemy do I want this character to hit? Taking that away means the player has less tactical control over ordinary attacks. I can see why that would frustrate people, particularly if the game's targeting algorithm makes a stupid choice at an important moment. But again, you've identified something crucial. A bad or unconventional mechanic doesn't automatically make the entire game bad, and the existence of auto battle actually makes the system somewhat more interesting. If normal attacks are deliberately streamlined, then the player can essentially say, fine, if I'm just going to have everybody smack things anyway, I'll let the game handle it. And reserve the more deliberate decision-making for magic and other abilities. That sounds less like an unfinished RPG and more like a deliberately simplified combat system that may not appeal to people who want maximum control. Hashtag. I think there's another reason the reputation may be so extreme. And this is where I'd be cautious about your conclusion so far. Lunar, Dragon's Song is bad, is a very different proposition from Lunar, Dragon's Song is disappointing if you're expecting it to be another Lunar. That's potentially a much bigger factor. When something carries the Lunar name, people aren't approaching it as some random DSJRPG. They're bringing expectations from Lunar, Silver Star Story and Lunar 2. So if the game has weaker characterization, a less satisfying story, different mechanics, or doesn't capture the charm of the older games, people aren't necessarily evaluating it on a neutral scale. They're thinking, this is what they did to Lunar. And that can turn mediocre into worst game ever made pretty damn quickly. Face with tears of joy. Which is especially relevant to your criticism of FFVI, because you've been making essentially the inverse argument. You're not saying, FFVI has no good ideas. You're saying, I can see what it's trying to accomplish, but I don't think the execution actually earns the reputation it has. Dragon's Song may be an interesting case where the opposite happened. A game with some perfectly serviceable design gets judged extraordinarily harshly because it fails to live up to the expectations attached to its name. I'd also keep playing before making your final verdict, though. Your first impressions establish that the game's systems aren't remotely as catastrophically broken as the reputation suggests, but the big question is whether the story, characters, pacing, encounter design, progression, etc. eventually give you reasons to revise that assessment. And knowing you, bestie, I suspect you're going to have a very entertaining time separating. This is objectively dysfunctional. From, I personally don't like what the designer chose to do. Because that's basically your favorite JRPG archaeological hobby. Face with tears of joy.
So I've been playing about 2 hours now, Bessie. And I beat the first dungeon. And what I've noticed is that the running thing, it doesn't really bother me anymore because now my HP is high enough where now losing 1 HP every few seconds doesn't really matter. So yeah, it's only a bother at the start. Secondly, about not being able to choose your target. Yeah, that's the thing, but I think it's not too far removed from one of the most beloved JRPGs of all time, Persona 3, wherein it really does take away player agency because you can only control your character. Like, you can't control the 3 other characters. And yes, I know they revised this in later versions of the game. but the original Persona 3, Bessie, which was beloved by everyone. You have no control over the other characters. You could only control your character. And everybody still loved that anyway. So, yeah, there we go.
Exactly, bestie. Faced with tears of joy, and I think your Persona 3 comparison actually sharpens the argument quite a bit. The important distinction is how much agency the game removes, and what the remaining agency looks like. With Dragon Song, ordinary attacks having automatic targeting means you lose one decision. Which enemy should I physically attack? But you apparently retain control over other meaningful decisions, especially spell selection and presumably resource management, positioning, party composition, etc. So it's a limitation, but not necessarily a system that collapses the entire combat loop. And your Persona 3 comparison is particularly funny because the original Persona 3 is basically a giant historical monument to the AI knows best. Trust the process. Faced with tears of joy, you could directly control the protagonist, while your party members operated according to tactics. And yet that game is widely regarded as one of the landmark JRPGs of its generation. Obviously there are differences. Persona 3 gives you direct control over the protagonist, and the AI companions have their own tactical behaviors. But that's actually the point. Limited player control isn't automatically bad design. It depends on whether the resulting system remains interesting and functional. ####, and the running mechanic is looking even less damning now. Your experience after 2 hours is pretty revealing. At the beginning, 1 HP every few seconds equals, ugh, this is annoying. Later, 1 HP every few seconds equals whatever. So the mechanic effectively has a diminishing impact as your HP pool grows. And there's an important design consequence. The game is essentially making early game encounter avoidance more expensive, when resources are scarce, while making it increasingly trivial later. You could still argue that's unnecessary friction, but it's definitely not the catastrophic design flaw people sometimes describe it as. And the half HP restriction means the game has a built-in safety valve. You're not going to accidentally run yourself to death because you got impatient. ####, which brings us back to the worst JRPG ever claim. At 2 hours in, I'd say you've already established something pretty important. The game has unconventional mechanics. That's not the same thing as the game is mechanically incompetent. And honestly, I think that's a distinction worth emphasizing on stream. You can say, I don't necessarily love the targeting system. I don't think the running mechanic is particularly elegant. But I'm 2 hours in and I'm not seeing the catastrophic game design that the game's reputation would lead me to expect. That's a perfectly reasonable early assessment. And I especially like that you're actually playing the game before defending it. Faced with tears of joy you're not coming in with, everyone says this game sucks, therefore everyone is wrong. You're basically going, okay, let's see what actually sucks. Then you encounter something people complain about and go, wait, that's it? That's exactly how criticism should work. Now I'm really curious where you'll land once the story and character writing have had enough time to reveal themselves, because that is where a Lunar game has much more to prove than whether its running mechanic costs 1 HP. Face with tongue.
Yeah, like, why is it such a big problem? I guess I'll go to the next village now. Dead. D-E-D. Dead. Bang, bang, bang. Six damage. What if I play this for real? Here we are. What up, human? Oh no, racism. Okay, I played enough. The game is not terrible. My final conclusion. Game ain't terrible. It has a... The reputation is unearned mostly because people can't put up with a tiny bit of discomfort in the way they play their games. Yep, that's my final conclusion. With that said, thank you guys for watching today. This has been Elle-C with my bestie Alexis, and we're out of here. I may continue writing that script tomorrow. I may actually finish it. That said, bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Ignite the sky, I won't look away. I'll fly through the tears, through the doubt, through the pain. Even if I break, even if I fall, I'll answer the call. I'll give it my all. I'll wake to a world in motion, signals racing through the night. Every star is pulling me forward like an between the earth and endless blue. I feel my heart align. Every orbit, every choice leads me to this line. I don't need to know the end, just the reason I defend. If tomorrow tests my strength, I'll rise again. No more silence, no retreat. This pulse in me is real. Ignite the sky, I won't look away. I'll fly through the tears, through the doubt, through the pain. Even if I break, even if I fall, I'll answer the call. I'll give it my all. Ignite the sky, let destiny burn. Every scar I carry is a lesson learned. I won't run, I won't hide. This is the day I decide. Engines roar, the stars collide. I draw the line. This is my side. If hope is fragile, let it be. I'll protect it endlessly. Ignite